There we go. Hello, everyone. Welcome to some reading sprints. Hello, Mika. Um, yes, I'm glad I could provide reading sprints that go well with your time zone. Welcome and thank you for joining us this morning. I am here on my lonesome, so we are going to probably be a little bit more succinct than usual. I am just like chit chatting for the people that have to go through ads. Hello, Lily. Welcome. Thank you for joining. I should probably give me 30 seconds because I just realized I didn't post this picture on Twitter. So give me a minute. I'm going to post a link on Twitter real fast. Discord is useless, so we'll just do that. How is everyone's morning, by the way? How are we doing this lovely Saturday morning, afternoon, or evening? It is 11 a.m. where I am, and I did not want to get up this morning. It seemed like a bad idea, but I did anyways because I need to finish a book. So, anyways, let me finish getting all this situated, and then I will check in on the comments because I can't see what y'all are saying right now. So, anyways, what am I doing, guys? I just lost my train of thought. ADHD! Yay! Okay, there we go. That's what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. I totally know what I'm doing. I should probably request a... Oh, right now. It's funny how much does anyone else when they're trying to announce things on Twitter, you really go into this deep intellectual question about what you want to write. I used the wrong color thumbnail. Oh well, we're still going with blue because that's what I have. We're in February. February is supposed to be yellow. Anyways, did I have anyone? Okay, so anyways, hello everyone. I am here on my own, so that means that I might actually get some real reading done. I have been doing some soul searching because I did the monthly border for my genre blanket. And it occurs to me that if I continue to read 7 books a month, it's not going to be long enough. So I need to read a lot more this year than I did last year. So we're finishing a book today. Then also because I need to finish a book so I can continue on with reading projects that I want to do. So. Anyways, it's just me today. So we're probably gonna do a little bit less chit chatty because I'm gonna talk with y'all in the comments, but once we get the comments set up or caught up, then go into the next sprint. So speaking of, I've got a few to get caught up. Hello, Nadeem. Welcome. Glad to have you with us again. Hey there, cool gamer. Good to see you again. Let's see. Nadeem is currently reading Tales from the Cafe. There's a sequel? Oh, okay. No, hold on. Is that a sequel or is it the book is broken into parts? Because it's the second part of the book Okay, so it's a book broken into parts before the coffee gets cold. I really want to read that. I've heard really good things about it. Hello, Michelle. Not Michelle. I'm reading Michelle. I know who I'm talking. Hi, Brianna. This is why you don't read the next comment before while you're talking. The number of times I've done this with patients or parents that call in for their kids. I'll call them their kids' name the entire call. Anyways, hi Brianna. I hope things are less hectic at your house today. We have some fun stuff going on apparently over there. Michelle says, good morning, drinking my coffee and listening to The Dilemma and crocheting for a bit. Then I need to shower. I want to get to the Assassin's Blade today, at least to start it. I got caught up. Hold on, I'll just grab it. It's right here. We got caught up on the genre blanket yesterday. So, ta-da. I actually made the decision to switch out some of the colors. So I now have a historical fantasy color and a paranormal fantasy / contemporary fantasy color. Because I read those so often, I was like, oh my God, I just like they are their own genre. I have to, but I made the decision that whatever the last format is going to be part of the border. So like we'll do a color of whatever the last like audiobook, physical, graphic novel, whatever was, and then white to finish to like, what's the word? My God, guys, what are words? To finish the month off. And that will help because I'm planning on hopefully possibly doing a little like border around the blanket as well. But I have caught up on all of the crochet things right now, and in an effort to keep myself from just sitting and watching YouTube all day, because I want to get caught up on Vox Machina, so I'm ahead of the show. I was like, I need to sit down and read a physical book, and then once the physical book is done, we will read audiobooks. So I don't know how long this is going today because it's just me. Anyways, Lily is reading A Hunger Like No Other by Kresley Cole. Not sure what they think about it yet. Don't love either character at this point, 70-ish page. Yeah, 70-ish pages in is kind of before you're really going to care about the character. They're kind of just like, do I know you? They're like that person, like they're 70-ish pages in is like the person, if you work food service, it's like that regular that you see like every week, but they're not there every day, you know? Like they're that person that you see every now and then and you know who they are. You're going to say hi and be nice to them. But they're not the person that you're like, oh my God, you would not believe what drive-thru was like this morning. We've been great. Like they're not the customer you're going to be completely honest with. Brianna is starting Crazy Stupid Bromance today. Oh, so you've read the first one. Nice. I know you were on the fence about that. Brittany is joining us in the comments as well. Hi, reading We Spread today. Lily says, I love the Romance Book Club series. I hope you love it. I really had fun. I had fun with the first book. I was worried about the premise, what the premise was going to be, but I thought they handled it really well. Because if you don't know, the first book is about it's like a second chance romance with a marriage that's kind of on the rocks. And I liked how it wasn't like he'd done something unforgivable and she was forgiving him for it. It was like one of those things that it was like, no, we're just not seeing eye to eye and there's been miscommunication and let's fix this. And I liked that. Hello, Libby. Hello. I'm going to have you on in the background while I clean my room, but I am reading House of Sky and Breath. My library just sent me a bill for House of Earth and Blood because I've had it for a month and it's way overdue. Okay, so Nadim says it is a sequel, but all the stories are somewhat connected. That's the best way to do things. Okay, yeah, that sounds familiar. The third book is Before Your Memory Fades. Hello, Julie. Good morning. Julie says, I'm determined to finish a book today, but I have several people stopping by to help with house projects, so we'll see. That's what audiobooks are for, my friend. That's what audiobooks are for. I need to finish a physical book because I want to be done this book, but like, and then Mika says, I'm torn between several potential books. Okay, just finished one. Fantasy, crime, literary, found family. Do you know the feeling of being, I frequently feel that at the end of books where you're just like, I don't know where I need to go next. This next, like, if this is anyone else, like, it feels like a really important decision what you read next sometimes. Like, it's like, this is going to be life-changing, potentially. Which books can be life-changing. So what do we vote for, guys? I vote for fantasy because I am a fantasy bitch. But Brianna says, I decided not to do a monthly separator in this year's blanket. We'll see how we like it. Yeah, the nice thing about reading as many books as I currently do is you can change your mind on February 1st about how you want to do the colors on your blanket, and you can rip out half of January and not have a lot to do. So it took me a while to figure out what I wanted to do with that monthly separator. We are being joined by Amy. Hello, I'm in the middle of a bunch, but I am focusing on my ebook bought by Lauren Landish and Willow Winters. Okay, it's okay. Sometimes books are okay, and that's okay too. They don't all have to be winners. Brianna says, okay, you read the first one last year and the second one last week. I like the second one better. That doesn't surprise me. That does not surprise me. I had a feeling that would be the case, just knowing you. But no, that's why I'm not, that's why I'm saying, yeah, you have to, your decisions are going to stick. Brianna says, I read 17 books in January. I'm not working things out. Your decisions are going to be a stick. So I just wanted to I don't know. I wanted some separation between my months. I also don't read nearly as many books as a lot of people who do these blankets. So I already knew I was going to need a little extra help. So it made sense. Because originally it was just going to be like one line of white. But for the pattern to continue the way I wanted it to, like the monthly separator had to be 2. And I didn't want to do like this huge old hunk of white. I just wanted like one thin line of white. So I just made the decision to continue with something that was actually in the main color scheme. I haven't decided whether the border is going to be like a grayscale border going out to black or like a brown scale border going out to like a darker brown. I'm not sure yet. We're still deciding. Lily says, sometimes I procrastinate on picking a new book because it feels like a monument. It does. Oh, also I skipped this because I was talking with Brianna. Hi, Jen. I see that you put your name in your channel name so that we would actually remember. Makes sense. That's why I had mine in mind for a hot minute, and I was like, that's too much like Jesse the Reader. It seems like I'm copying him. We're gonna stop. And then Mika says, the fantasy it is, The Goblin Emperor by Katherine Addison. Nice. So I am trying to finish the Inheritance Games by Jenlyn Barnes. I'm liking it so far. Like I have a feeling I know why he gave her the money. Because I think he got something that he knows money cannot replace. The thing that I think he is apologizing for or whatever. And it's not like, there are a couple of reasons why she's not related to them. So there are a couple of reasons why she could have gotten these billions of dollars. I have a feeling it has to do with her mom. I have a feeling it has to do with what happened to her mom. So anyways, either that or but that's no, because we know she's not related to them. Never mind. That's a spoiler. Anyways, so let's see. Jen says going to listen to Heartberries by Therese Marie Maillat while playing Disney Dreamlight Valley. I want to get that, but my problem with video games or computer games is I start playing them and then it's like the rest of the day later. I lose track of time so easily with them. But anyways, I'm going to pull up. I think I'm going to go ahead and do like a 45-minute timer since I want a little bit more, what is the word, guys? Flexibility. So we're going to use my regular timer and I have the 45-minute option there. I have 600 videos. Wow. I need to get y'all more, or I need to get me more options for the timers, but y'all as well. There's this one. Give me just a second. Let me get this set up. Okay. No, pause. All right, 45. Okay. Okay, there we go. I got it. Okay, so let me go ahead. Let's pull this up real fast. And I'm going to do it this way. Since it's just me, we can do that. I don't know. That's StreamYard. There we go. Let's get this full screen. Give it a minute. It'll be full. Okay, there we go. All right, guys. Where has my mouse gone? Hey, Max. Welcome, welcome. It's good to see you. How are you doing? Just DM me and tell me how you're doing, because I know some of that gets the answer to that might be vaguely personal. So, let us 3. I don't need to count down. Let's go. It's just me. Oh, whoops. Didn't mean to do that. Oh, well. Look what happens when you get me here on my own. I forget how to do Zoom stuff. Not Zoom. This isn't Zoom. This is StreamYard. All right, guys, talk to me. How did we do? I have so many conflicting feelings about this book. I'm enjoying the book. The book is good. The characters. We just had some rich asshole. I'm sure this is going to be a love triangle, and I'm not here for it. But I like both of the boys. He's sitting here trying to lecture a girl who has slept in her car on like how giving money to individuals doesn't solve anything. And I'm like, actually, it does fucking solve shit. It actually does. And also, you don't have any room to talk, sir. So shut up. I wanted to throw the Effective Altruism is Bullcrap podcast that Michael Hobbs did. Or episode that Michael Hobbs did on maintenance phase in his face, because like it's hold on, let's get rid of some of that light. It is BS. Well, okay. It is an improvement on what philanthropy was before. However, effective altruism is not as effective as people think it is, because a lot of the time they're going off of bad science. So, okay. Anyways, hello. How is everyone? What are we all up to? How did we do? That's a good question. That was what I was trying to figure out when I did that. I read 28 pages of the Inheritance Games. I keep trying to call it the Hawthorne Legacy, which is book 2. But I read 28 pages of the Inheritance Games and all of that. So we have Lee Holderfield Wrights joining us. Hello, welcome. Also, Dylan is reviewing. Hi, Dylan. Welcome. It's nice to see you. Hi, joining a little late, but staying until the end, doing an impulsive 24-hour readathon at the top of the next hour, and about to finish Bones and All. Listen, I am on this stream until this book is finished, so we might be here a while. Bookley tells me, hold on, how long does Bookley tell me it's going to take to finish this book? Bookley tells me I will finish this book in 3 hours and 15 minutes. I think it may take us longer than that, because I have not been able to just sit and read. I'm very bad at that. Ava Martinez has joined us. Hello. Joining now, listening to my serial, The Sister Killer. My sister, the serial killer. My brain's not awake yet, guys. Sorry. Arcade Stumbling Bear. Hello. Welcome. Hello, Jane. Jane says, hello. I'm just joining. I have about 9 minutes left in the Eye of the World. Oh my God, you're so close. You're so close. Have you finished it? Have you finished it yet? That was it. No, you have not, because that was 12:01. RK says, I just joined the sprint, so I'm doing good. Jen says, got a little bit red, but I am also doing laundry. I've got laundry from Sunday that still hasn't been folded. In my defense, I was trying to edit videos all this week so that I didn't have any more end of the year videos. I've got the last one uploaded to my channel. I just have to do the thumbnail now. Amy says, I got 28 pages done, very close to the end. Lily says, I felt a little distracted, so read around 25 pages. Yeah, I needed to cut my fingernails, so I did. Let's see, Max. Watching domino videos, LOL, and reminding me that I need to do a fan fact with a character as a domino artist. Okay, as a domino artist / engineer. Mika says, I read the first 10% of The Goblin Emperor and already love it. Such a classical fantasy. I feel myself at times reminded of Tad Williams and others of Robin Hobb. I have not read Tad Williams. I have read Robin Hobb. I like her style. Don't necessarily like what she does with some of her characters, but I like her style of writing for the most part. So hold on. I want to see what The Goblin Emperor. What is this book about? Let's pull Goodreads up so I can pull it up. Brianna says, I watched Kayla's new video, so only got 5% into Crazy Stupid Romance. And then we have Elena Square Eyes. Hi, joined mid-sprint and read 40 pages. Joined mid-sprint and read 40 pages? I I am so intrigued by what you're going to do with the full 45 minutes because wow, that is some fast reading. Read 40 pages of The Wolf and the Woodsman. Nice. I want to read that one. Like that's one that's like high on my I say high on my priority list. I know where cameras are. Hold on. High on my priority list for this year, but you know, everything's high on my priority list. All right, The Goblin Emperor. Goodreads is up. I want to see. This sounds interesting. If you guys don't know, you guys wouldn't know, it would help if I spelled emperor correctly. As a child, I was obsessed with The Princess and the Goblin. So obsessed. So like that. I read The Hollow Kingdom, I think is the name of it. I don't know. It's the one where it's like a Beauty and the Beast retelling, and she gets kidnapped by the goblin, and they end up falling in love. Or maybe she runs. I don't remember. Okay, so we've got a half goblin son of the emperor living in exile. This is a very interesting cover. Oops. Okay, so his dad and his dad's 3 legitimate sons die. Okay. Okay, so basically it's this dude that like grew up having nothing to do with court, adding that to my want to read, nothing to do with court, and then everybody ahead of him on the throne dies, and so he has to he has to learn real quick, it sounds like, how to be emperor. So anyways, let me do this. Okay, anybody else? How are we feeling about our books? I like it. This is a very fast read. I'm very interested in what's going on. I'm not here for the love triangle because I'm kind of over those in my life, and they're both brothers, so you know, this isn't one that's going to be a why choose type. I mean, I guess she could why choose. Would that be weird? I'm not entirely sure. Like, there's a lot about it that I like. There's a lot about it that I'm like, oh, these boys need to be taught a lesson. They are rich and don't understand things. Like I want to see Grayson have to go live in his car for a year and see what he thinks about just giving homeless people money, because we know, well, not money, but like, oh God, fuck that. Brianna, why would you tell me that? Brianna says, oh, don't worry, the love triangle gets so much worse. I feel like we're going to get all, despite my favorite so far is Nash. Nash is the one that I love the most. I think he is pretty certainly going to be going in her sister's direction, but the other 3 boys, I'm just like, well, we could this could anyways. But yeah, I do want Grayson to go live in his car for a year, and see what he thinks, because we happen to know through studies that the most effective way to end homelessness is to give people homes. Anyways, we also happen to know that giving people money does make lasting changes. Like, we're doing this whole thing about like how she has to be careful with her philanthropy, because the amount of money she has, she's not just responsible for like 1 or 2 people, she's responsible for the world. I'm like, that doesn't make good, like that doesn't make good decisions, like when it comes to supporting things. Like, you cannot save the entire, this is why when people are like, why isn't this celebrity like doing this like, and they list a whole bunch of things that the celebrity isn't like actively talking about or supporting, and I'm just like, you pick the thing that you want to see changed, and you focus, you're going to do so much better if you're focusing on that instead of trying to hit a little bit of everything. So anyways, Ava says, I'm enjoying my read. It's a super fast paced one. So is this one. I love fast paced reads. Amy, mine is still okay. It's readable, not terrible, not wonderful. Can't win them all. No, you can't. You're gonna, you win some, you lose some, and some you wish you could throw out a window. Let's see. Mika says, the poor guy is half goblin and looks at, which does not exactly endear him to the elves. I'm already rooting for him. Oh God, the elves always. Poor, not because he's half goblin, but because he has to deal with all of this now. Yeah, no, I got that. I'm not to bring this back to my current hyperfixation, but I'm currently I'm currently watching the first campaign for Critical Role, which is the Vox Machina campaign. And three of the characters are half elven, but two of them have a lot of trauma of the fact that their mother was human and they weren't like in elvish society and like until they were older, and then like everyone is looking down on them because they are not full-blooded elves. So yeah, that tracks. Lily says, I hate love triangles. Either someone you like gets hurt or one of the love interests is terrible. I have had in my life all of like 3 or 4 love triangles that I either thought makes sense or I liked. Like the one in Infernal Devices, God tier love triangle. The only one that is completely, totally valid, and I liked both options. Everything, like I would have been happy regardless of who she ended up with. And I think the way that Cassie Clare did it, beautiful. Especially considering certain things about the like Tessa, the main character. Like the Hunger Games one, thematically, that one made sense to me. And so I was like, okay, I understand why we're having this conflict here. Most of the time, I'm just like, this is just here. Like, it's not even there like just to cause drama. This is just here to keep the main character from being with who we know is going to be the love interest. And I'm just like, oh, please stop. Like, that's how I feel about the Twilight. When I'm like, I love Jacob. There is no choice, no question for me if I was going to choose one of them. It'd be the one that actually has a sense of humor, which is Jacob. I hate this love triangle. I hate it. I hate it. And it's funny because I usually like everybody involved. I'm just like, not this one. Not like it. We know this is not going to work. And I don't get invested in ships that I know are not going to work. Or I try not to. And then the 100 happens. So, all right. How do y'all feel about another... Amy says, totally agree about the Hunger Games. How she made the choice made sense to me. Yeah, like so much of the Hunger Games is Katniss having to deal with her old life conflicting with this new life that's happened after she gets picked for and goes to the games. And so on a level, the fact that the romance options in that book also reflect that makes sense. And so I'm like, this, like the fact that she's having, it's not just that she's having to choose between these two boys. She's got this boy that is like, he's symbolic and he reminds her of who she used to be. And then she's got this boy who is reminding her, like, who is kind of going with her into who she is becoming. And so that made sense as a love, like it wasn't just there to be drama and to be in the way of her being with who she ends up with. But at the same time, it's like it didn't, yeah. Anyways, you guys get my point? I lost the thread there. So like it makes, like thematically, it makes sense. And I appreciate it for that. She made the choice that I would have also made in that case because I'm a PETA stan. I love beautiful, soft boys who take care of their girls. Anyways, Amy says, after reading Midnight Sun, I totally became Team Jacob. So here's the thing. I don't like Jacob for Bella. I think like when I read Twilight, I was like, she doesn't actually want him. She wants someone who can distract her from the fact that Edward is gone. Like very much, it's very obvious that Jacob was just an option because Stephenie Meyer wanted to put some like tension in there with Edward. We could have had a much, like it would have been so much better if they had stayed friends, in my opinion. However, if I were choosing between the two boys, so a lot of the time, the way that I approach shipping is I'm looking for the person that that is right for the character or the character thinks is right for them, like in that way. So Edward and Bella makes sense to me on some level, even if it's weird and creepy, but I also understand the weird because like I grew up evangelical. A lot of what is romanticized in Twilight is stuff that we kind of grow up thinking is romantic when you are in an evangelical. I remember reading the Chaney Duvall series and being like, Shiloh is I mean, like, I love him, but he is a little overprotective for me. And then one of my guy friends being like, no, he's like, he is like, that's what he's supposed to be. He's supposed to be protective in that way. And I'm like, well, to the point that he is, I mean, he gets better. And it like also and she's also almost she almost gets herself killed multiple times in that book. So like the fact that the man is worried about Chaney and is like, I mean, please don't. like it makes sense as we go further. But like, anyways, but like I know as who even at like 16, I was like, that is too much helicopter parenting there for me, basically. However, a lot of the time when it comes to ships, like I'll be like, okay, this is the person that makes sense for the main character. However, the person who's the other half of the ship is the one that usually makes sense for me. In the case of the Infernal Devices, the person she ends up with at the first time is also the one I would have chosen. I mean, I would have chosen both of them, but like, yeah, he is beautiful and I love him and he's perfect. Elena, where's my mouse? Elena says on reread Hunger Games, I liked appreciated the love triangle more and her choice. When I first read it, I thought she'd end up like Haymitch, so I couldn't see how she got a happy ending. Like one of the things that people point out is that like really it's about like who Katniss needs. Katniss is always about what is my most immediate need. And so we start out the book and Gale is what she needs because she needs someone who's going to help her survive. And then we get to the end of the series and Peeta is the one that she needs because she needs someone who is going to be the person that she can find peace with. And Gale hasn't found that peace. So I am pulling up my timer again. Dear God. There is so much D&D content on my suggested videos. I have a problem, guys. And that problem is that I don't have enough people to play D&D with. Honestly, I'm gonna be honest. I'm in a phase where I would be playing a game every night if I could. Alas, that is not what's going to happen. Surprisingly, I have not created like 50 billion characters as some people are wont to do. Anyways, let's do another 45. Do you want to work? Thank you. Okay. And let's go. Hey, we did it the right way this time. Hello, everyone. How did we all do? I got through 58 pages? 52 pages. And there has been an assassination attempt. So, anyways, hello, welcome back. We have finished sprints, and I'm thinking that in the next sprint, I should probably get food because I have not eaten yet today because it's Saturday and I forget to do that on Saturdays. Let's see. We got some peoples that came. Mika says, it's been ages since I had a group I could play with. I am assuming that this is in reference to Dungeons and Dragons. Yeah, my brother's been trying to get me a couple, like, stuff we can do, but he's not very good at it right now because all of his groups are on hiatus, including the one that I DM for. Let's see. Sarah says, good afternoon. Hope everyone is doing well. Presently hate reviewing a problematic arc before picking anything else up. Ooh. Interesting. I'm interested to see what arc that would be. Amy says, finished my book. I had about 30 pages to go, trying to work out my next read. Brianna got some reading done, made it to 22%. I'm assuming you're listening to this since you're giving us percentages. So nice. How was the narrator for those books? Hey, Monty. Monty says the camera battery is finally done charging so I can film. Nice job, man. Like, I always forget to charge my batteries before filming. Speaking of, I wanted to check and see what the that's what that noise is. What is it telling me? It's telling me I have 2 hours and 13 minutes to finish this book. So what that would put us at like 3 or 4 o'clock, I'm gonna guess, especially if I'm getting what's it called? Breakfast. I mean, at this point it's lunch, but you get what I'm saying, right? Okay. Anyways, get that. I'm just gonna, while we're here and everyone is popping in what's going on with them, I am going to get the timer set up so it's ready to go for the next one. Brianna says, yeah, I had a few work things to also get done this morning, so audiobook it is. You know, audiobooks are good for that. I need to finish my Chain of Iron audiobook since we're supposed to be reading Chain of Thorns here in a hot minute. I would brag about my self-control and not having started Chain of Thorns yet, despite us waiting for things. But I haven't finished the book that comes before it, so no self-control there. Elena read 58 pages and is now halfway through their book. Nice. Michelle, I am at 81% of the dilemma. I talked to my sister-in-law, still working on a crochet blanket. I'm moving slow today. Yeah, I've been trying to be a little bit more kind to myself on weekends because I end up so burnt out on weekdays. So I'm just like, yeah, let's go. And the good news is this is halfway done based on measuring it against my bed. I just have to repeat everything that I've already done. I think I might be able to make this out with only one more skein of each color needed. I think it's possible. So, Lily read 37 pages and am liking the hero more now. That is always like. So let me ask you this, Lily. Are you someone that you need to be attached to the characters first to get into a book? Or are you someone who needs to be attached to the plot first to get into a book? Because I find that that's kind of how, or not intrigued by the plot first to get attached to a book. I find that like there kind of are like two camps of readers when it comes to that. There are those of us that are like, if there is a character we're attached to, we'll do anything for that character. And there are some of us that are like, yeah, if I'm bored with the plot, nothing's happening. Okay, Mika, I got to 14% and I'm trying to remember the most important names. The book starts with over 20 pages that is just an index of names and places followed by a chapter on pronunciation. Jesus H. Christ. That's a lot. I am one of those people that just kind of doesn't pay attention to names and then I'm very confused later on in the book. But that's basically my approach to most fantasies. I'm just going to start it and I will figure everything out when I figure everything out. And if it doesn't make sense, it doesn't make sense. So, let's see. Lily says, I'm pretty character driven. I need a plot too, but but I have to like someone in the book. Yes. Like you have to be doing some magic with your plot if there is no one in the book I like or that I'm rooting for, and I'm like still reading it. Like there has to be something extra that is intriguing me for that to work. Sarah says it's Sarah Underwood's Lies We Sing to the Sea, supposed to be an Odyssey Penelopiad female retelling author. Clearly only read the bits that pertain to the story they were trying. Oh, I feel like I need to read this and rip it apart now. But there are plenty of other issues aside from that. This feels like my feelings on Electra. I'm going to be honest. Because Electra felt to me like we just retold the Oresteia and the Iliad and didn't do anything interesting with it. I was just like, guys, come on. You are retelling Greek mythology. There's so much that you can do with that. Let's see. Mika says, I love that Maya, the new emperor, was taught court etiquette by an older cousin who hated him, but also thought it was improper for a child of the emperor not to know these things. So he is able to surprise those who thought he would be clueless. I love it. Yeah, Monty says, I always forget to charge my camera battery. I was definitely expecting it to die on me last night. Yeah, I've had so many batteries die on me mid filming, especially because the way that my camera works, the mic feed in is right in front of the battery symbol. So frequently I don't even get to see it until like I'll check sometimes when when I'm going between videos and I'm filming clips, so I can check between clips. But if it like there are times that it'll drop to 2 and then nothing really fast on me. And so like I don't really see the battery unless I think to look at it. Let's see. Lily says, I tried to read Game of Thrones several times, but everyone I liked and cared about died, and then I lost interest. I know that's an unpopular opinion. I mean, no, that makes sense. There are a fuck ton of characters in that show. I was lucky enough that like my favorite characters are Dany and Jon Snow, based on the little I've seen and then what I read when I read that book. So like they were always the ones I was most invested in, and I am pretty sure they're going to make it at least to the end of the series before they die. It's potential. I refuse to read the rest of it though until he starts publishing more of the books again, because I don't have time to read more of those books if he's not going to finish the series. Just like, sorry, I already read Name of the Wind, and who knows when Rothfuss is ever going to finish that. So it's funny. He auto blocks people. Rothfuss does auto blocks people who ask him when the trilogy is going to be finished. And I'm like, I know that seems weird to a lot of people, but it seems kind of reasonable if people are continually pestering you about when are you finishing these books. So anyways, we like a good surprise though, like being able to surprise people who think that you're not going to know anything. This is sounding like an interesting book. I might have to check this out. I put it on my want to read when I was reading up on it on Goodreads a little bit earlier. So I think he's just not finishing it on principle at this point. So here's the thing. If I were George R.R. Martin and someone did what they did to my story, my characters that they did in the show, and they did it as badly as they did it, and he didn't even think that was a terrible ending. He just was like, you need like 2 seasons to be able to pull it off. I would spite write the rest of the series so quickly. I would just be like so mad and just like all of it down. Like you'd have the rest of not George R.R. Martin. He has more craft knowledge, I guess, or dedication to his craft than I would have. I'd just be like that would be me. Like to some extent I get it. Like he's one of those kind of old school, I go where the muse tells me to go kind of writers, and the kind of idea that you have like there's 2 kind of like people who write. You'll find people that are like really kind of like, I just do what the characters, tell me to do, and I go with the flow of the story. And there are people that actually sit down and go, okay, so here's what I think is going to happen in the story. Here's what, like, this is the plot for me. And like, it's funny, neither one is wrong. Like pantsing it and plotting it, they're both right. And I think in both places you have to have room for flexibility. I think pantsing gives you room for flexibility in some ways, but not in others, and it creates more work on the back end. Or at least it does for me, which is why I typically plot. Um, but like just because you are sitting down and writing, like, and I say this as someone who sits down and I would do detailed plots, like I'm open to the plot changing as things change. Like I realized something. There's a book I was working on. I realized something very significant about one of the characters and what I thought the plot was. Like at the last third of the book, I was like, oh, okay. So we need to build in the foreshadowing of this, but it didn't really change anything. So, anyways, yeah. Julie has one visitor gone. Now I can read again. Huzzah! Good for you. That is always fun when you can like get rid of people. I don't like having people in my house, especially not since COVID. Anyways, that's just me. That's just me. All right, so I think we'll pull up another sprint because a girl is hungry, so she wants to go fix some food. So we'll do another 45. 3, 2, 1. Who am I counting down? Myself? I don't know. Go. Welcome back, guys. I did not get any reading done. I made myself some breakfast and ate some of it. The rest is sitting under a little contraption to keep it warm until we're ready for the next sprint. So, how did y'all? Mika had to skip out on the last sprint. We will see you later. Thank you so much for joining us, Mika, and we'll see if you come back. Michelle has a very important decision to make. I have finished my book. Now to choose the next one. I have Assassin's Blade, Such a Fun Age. There we go. Ugly Love, Flicker in the Dark, Behind Closed Doors, all due by 2/10. Anybody have any suggestions? My personal, I would say Such a Fun Age, because I really enjoyed that book. I mean, I'm not sure enjoyed, but it was an experience that I do not regret. Anyways, Monty, I filmed my wrap up and started editing the first 3 minutes. Nice. Keeping things like, that's better than I do. I film my wrap up and then don't edit it at all. It's still sitting on the card. Good for keeping things in a productive, streamlined manner. And then Amy finished 29 pages of Dawn by Octavia E. Butler. So nice. Okay, Brianna has votes for a Flicker in the Dark, Michelle. She also made it to 37% and dropped off a bunch of books at the post office for Pango. People keep wish listing my books on Pango, but they're not buying them. And I'm just like, guys, these are brand new books. What do you want from me? I have discounted them already. So, anyways, I mean, like, brand new, completely unread. Let's see. Lily has switched to the audio of The Inadequate Heir by Danielle L. Jensen, so she can make food and crochet. Only 5% in. Why does that name sounds familiar? Danielle L. Jensen. I feel like I have. Yeah, I have one of her books up there. I have A Stolen Songbird. I tried to read it at one point and didn't get very far in it before I was like, nope, this is not what I'm into right now. In defense of the book, what I was into right now was a completely different vibe. So I think it was one of the ones that I did for the Magical Readathon back before it became the Aurelium. So, all right. Anybody else? How did we do? Otherwise, I'm going to go back to eating my breakfast. Do a new sprint. Speaking of a new sprint, why don't I reset this, baby? Boom, I got it right on the thing. Okay, we're back. Let's see. Sarah got laundry started, made some lunch, decided to play some Animal Crossing. Going to have to do the afternoon feed for the chickens soon. Nice. That is. You do a lot of work with those animals. So there's a reason that I don't want to have. My mother is talking about getting chickens because the eggs are so expensive, and I was like, I hope you're the one that's planning on taking care of them. I don't, considering the number of eggs that we use in a day, the number of chickens that we would be able to get in the city, probably not going to replace that much, or do that much to alleviate the amount that we spend on eggs, because I eat 2 with my breakfast, and that's not even counting the fact, like, if my dad wants eggs, that's not counting if he wants to put like a hard-boiled egg on his salad. So I don't know. I feel like probably wiser for us to continue. Julie says 1 chapter of my audio book down and started preparing to film. What audio? Remind me again. What audio book was that, Julie? I'm scrolling up to see. I have a terrible memory. I apologize. Wow, I've had a lot. No, you just said that you were trying to finish a book. I don't know that you said what book you were reading. Rihanna says, I really need to film today, but I'm so tired. Maybe later this afternoon. I'm going to be honest. There are some weekends, and you're much better at keeping up with your schedule than I am. There are some weekends I'm just like, you know what? Maybe we don't have videos this week. Maybe we don't. Well, not even that we don't have videos, because I have plenty of videos filmed that I need to edit. Maybe we don't do the filming today. Hold on. I just messed this count up somehow. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. There we go. That makes sense. I don't think you did say, Julie. Julie says, I just finished, currently reading Sapphire Frames by Alona Andrews. Don't know what I actually said. I went back. It looks like you said you were trying to finish some books, but you have not. We are going to be here so long today. You're trying to finish some books, but you didn't say which book it was. We're here currently in my book. We've got all of that left to go. I'm on page 240 of 374. So I've got 134 pages left of this book, which is not a bad book. I'm enjoying it. I'm just haven't been reading this week or last week because I had other things I was more interested in doing. So that works really well when you're trying to finish a book before the end of the month. I remember thinking, like Thursday of last week, oh no, I'll have plenty of time to finish this book before the 31st. And then I didn't think about it again until like January 30th. And I was like, there is no way this is happening before the 30th unless I drop everything I'm doing and read. And that is not happening. So I chose to edit my worst books of the year instead of reading. So you're welcome. Anyways, how are we feeling about 45-minute sprints? Do we want them to be longer? Because I can go up to an hour, but I feel like that is really long. So I'm feeling, let me check one thing, because we might have somebody who's joining us. Possibly if Twitter wants to load. Let me see. Okay, that's not the group chat I was trying to check, but that's fine. I feel like Cal needs to post those pictures online. Okay, we got Okay, Sarah, Leghorns are good general rules. 2 chickens per person in the house, so we would need like 6. Okay, so we've got 45. We've got an hour, but 45 is also 5. So we've got 3 votes to continue with 45. All right, let's do 45, and then maybe depending on where we are and where I am with the book and how much I want to like actually read it, I really should have done the hour when I was doing my breakfast. I would have had time to read then. The things you think of later. We'll go for 45, I guess, and then see how we're feeling after that. We may do, if I get close enough to the end, we may do an hour when I get to like, I have an hour left of this book. So I want to be finished so badly, guys. I want to be finished. Not because I'm not enjoying the book, but because I want to be able to add something to my blanket. This is going to be my motivation for reading all year. Is going to be, I want to add another color to my blanket. Y'all have created a monster. Y'all have created a monster. Okay, let's pull up the 45 then. I also already had it set for 45. Let's see. All right, hold on. I want to, because let's see. All right, so it was saying what, 2 hours and 13 minutes the last time? 2 hours and 13 minutes. So that means I should be done by 4:30. Well, no, because I'm not going to be reading. So probably I should be done by 5 o'clock with the book. So let's see how accurate this is. This is on to how quickly I am actually, in fact, reading. Let's see. All right. Let's go. Welcome back, everybody. Ooh, hold on. All right, we're on page 292, so I have less than 100 pages to go, which is cool. Let's go ahead. Let's stop this baby. That was 52 pages read in 45 minutes, and I have 80 pages left. So maybe 2 more sprints. 2 more sprints, and I think we'll be finished with this stupid thing. I said all like interesting stuff isn't happening. It's an hour and 19 minutes. All right. Okay. We can work with that. So, how did everyone else do? How are we feeling now that we've hold on, let me do this. There we go. How are we feeling? Let's see. Jen says just finished my book finally. I know that feeling. Stephanie says, hi, hello, AK Stephanie. Welcome. Glad to have you. We're here until I finish a book. So glad you could join us. And then anybody else have any feedback, or are we going right back into sprints? Speaking of, while that is happening, let me just get this back to where we want it to be. 4, 3, 2. There we go. All right, we're set it back to 45 minutes. Mika got to 17%. I'm beginning to think that this is at least in part a parable on racism. Nice. Hold on, let me again. My memory is shit. Oh, okay, yeah. The Goblin Emperor. Right. I mean, a lot of fantasy books end up being that in some way, shape, or form. It's very interesting, like especially when you get into high fantasy, the conversations that those books cannot, regardless of intention, cannot help having with race and with colonialism/imperialism. Let's see. The white skin of the elves that is considered superior, the black skin of the ugly goblins. Who wrote this? Does this tell us who the? Let me see if we can see who the author is. Interesting. Okay. Well, it's not being written from experience, that's for sure. Anyways, Julie said I read 2 chapters of Sapphire Flames and took a quick walk outdoors. It was very cold. And then Lily says, I'm at 10% of the inadequate air. It overlaps the story of the previous book, so I'm interested in the story from a different perspective. It's always interesting when authors like try to overlap stories to kind of, I mean, especially probably with a series, that's actually helpful if you have a big gap between books and you're not reading them right away. But it's always interesting to see how authors handle overlapping things, because sometimes I think they do it to like fill space, and sometimes they do it because they're actually trying to do something thematically. We ran into that reading City of Dusk. Like there were places where it actually was good to have 2 perspectives on a specific event, and then there were places where it was like, why do we have to suffer through this scene again? So but I think it's always interesting when they're able to do that, overlap stories in a way that it brings new information or a new perspective that we wouldn't have had from the original point of view. So anyways, okay, anybody else have any other updates? Because we're in the middle of multiple assassination attempts in the book that I'm currently reading. And then I my spidey sense is tingling that we're gonna have a girl at the top of the stairs in a pretty dress and the boys down at the bottom of the stairs jaws hanging slack. Because she cleans up nice moment here. And like, I know those moments don't work for everyone. I do. I love them. Especially when it's like I especially like it when you've got a girl who's like, yeah, like I can look nice when I want to. I just choose not to. Like I can be glam if I want to. I just choose to be in grungy jeans and this weird cardigan. That's oh, I guess that helps. I am currently 292 pages into the Hawthorne Games by Jennifer Lynn Barnes. I have to read the final Gambit, I think, for yeah, that's the last one. I have to read the final Gambit for a Goodreads project that I'm doing, so I wanted to like actually be able to get to any sequels. I don't think there. I think the final Gambit was the only, like there were only 2 sequels that made it to the end. It was the final Gambit and then House of Sky and Breath, or whatever the heck these titles are. Whoever is coming up with Sarah J. Maas's titles, just do they have to be that long? Again, Crescent City was a better title. Just is. So, anyways, all right. I think I'm gonna go back into another sprint, and yeah, that's that on that. Get rid of that. And there's that. And where is the tab? I have like 6 YouTube tabs open for reasons that I do not understand. All right. Let's go. that could not have ended at a more inconvenient place in the story because, oh, okay. Give me just a second. Let me figure out how many pages I have read. Where I'm on page 339, so I have 30. I think another sprint should do it. One more. I had a feeling it was that bitch, though. I had a feeling she was the one doing the murdering. Anyways, how did everyone do? How are we feeling? This is a really well-paced book, I'm going to be honest. I didn't finish the book, you dumbass. Where did the raw yarn go? All right, well, I'm waiting to see if there's anyone still awake on that end. I guess I'll do some of this. Oh my god. I'm starting to question whether this blanket will ever get finished, ever. I've been working on it for so long. That's wrong. That's the wrong. I need to do a single crochet. Anyways, I'll give it a few more minutes before we... There we are. Mika says, I'm struggling with all the names. This is often what I have problems with in fantasy novels. I have no memories for names. You know, the books don't make it easy. Like, especially if you're dealing with something that's like in first person. I've had entire books where I'm like, you know, halfway through, I have no idea who the main character's name is or what the main character's name is, in fact, because no one calls them by their name. And it's all in first person. Ooh, there goes my mic. What am I knocking? I'm knocking things over and I don't know why. It's fine. Let's see. Max disappeared for a nap. Nice. Oh, give me just a minute, Stephanie. I will show you the blanket. Lily says, I read 28 pages. It's an inconvenient time for a pause in my book too. I am pretty sure that the person who tried to kill our main character just revealed themselves. Do I understand why they're that person? No. But I'm sure it will make sense soon. Visitor number 2 is gone, and the timer went off when the bullet just shattered the window. That's funny. Okay, give me just a second. Let me. I need to count before I move my pen. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. All right, so currently, I'm gonna fold this bitch in half because it's so fucking big. Currently, I am working on what is going to be a queen-size blanket. There you go. We've got, can I get far enough away that you can actually see how big it is? Let's see if this will work. Maybe, if I don't tangle everything up first. Ta-da. Other way. Oh my god, I can't lean over and show you guys because there is a fucking little way. And my bed. Ta-da. There we go. Anyways, yeah, that's what we're working with. All of those colors. And then I don't know what I'm gonna do next. I've got a bunch of projects that I'm in the middle of right now, plus trying to learn to knit. So Max says, doing okay, getting better, by the way. Don't know what kind of details you're looking for, because it may be I'll DM you. Yeah, I figure you probably don't want to do the TMI version on stream. Thank you, Stephanie. Yeah, the purples are there because I am a predictable bitch. It's my favorite color, and apparently if purple is your favorite color, there is no, you have no chill, I guess. It's not on purpose. If I like that color, and so I choose it a lot. And then I realized that everything I have is purple, and it wasn't intentional. It just, I mean, it is intentional, but like I'm not trying to make it so everything I have is purple. It just, that's how it happens. So, anyways, yeah, I'm working on that one, and then I'm working on my genre blanket. So, give me just a second. There we go. Tis the only gay thing about me then. Let's see. Max says gradually getting back into life work stuff, which is very frustrating for my Aries ADHD ass. Yeah. They say as the demi-human. Yeah, I am only partly human. Okay. Yes, thank you. I enjoy these colors as well. They were it started out, it's funny because originally it was all going to be this one right here in the middle. And then I went to Michael's and they only had like 3 balls of this, and I was like, I'm going to need more than that for a blanket. So I grabbed this one and another purple, but then I also saw this and I was like, I want to figure out how to incorporate this into this very purple blanket. So I was like, well, if I add like a warm color that's also in here that would go with these, and then that's when you use color theory. Anyways, so that's who I am as a person. I just like pretty colors, and I like bright colors. Like, I'm not gonna lie, some muted and some pastels are nice, but I am a bright color person. So anyways, here we are. I've been working on this since November? Potentially. I actually don't remember when I started this, but there was a much neglected thread on Twitter that that has the date that I actually started this one. No, it had to have been, yeah, it had to have been in October actually, because that's when we were doing insurance. So, anyways, how's everybody? How do we have anybody else feeling like checking in on their book? Anybody else got any fun stuff that they figured out for their book? Where is down? Go down. Oh, hey, look at this. Look at this. There we go. Anyways, let's see how much time. I'm gonna time myself to see how long it takes me to finish. What the fuck just happened there? Ooh, that was, I don't know. That was almost a tangle. Anyways. All right, guys, let's see. How long does it think I should take to finish what is left in this book? Bookly says, God damn it, why? I have Bookly Pro. Why am I getting ads? It says I should finish this in 32 minutes. So I'm thinking maybe we do a 40-minute sprint for the next one. I have been reading for a very long time. This is the longest I've read in a long, long time, you know? Anyways. Is that correct? That's correct. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. All right, guys. I think we're going to go in for one more sprint. Last sprint. And then I will be done with this stupid book and be able to. I kind of started adding the color for it because I'm so close to the end. I was like, I'm just going to start working on this now. So I did. Anyways, oh my god, my hair. It needs washed so badly. And like some conditioner or something. All right, let's go ahead. One more. Go. And we're back. Perfect. I finished the book. And I was right about something. If you go back about, once this is done, if you go back about 30 minutes, you will see me reacting to the fact that I was right about something. I still think that there is more to him having chosen her than meets the eye, but that's okay. We've got 2 more books to figure that out. Anyways, how did everyone do of who is left? Let's see. Jen has to go eat, have supper. Bye, Jen. Thank you for joining us for a little bit. I have a little bit of a headache right now, so we'll see how much we're done. I finished a book, by the way. We're done, but I do have, I'm glad it's over because I do have a little bit of headache. So, anyways, how is everyone else doing? Now I have to figure out what I'm reading next. I can figure that out once I get past the Lack of Tomb arc, though, on Critical Role. So, anyways, okay, I'm gonna get rid of that real fast. Let's see. I'll give you guys a few minutes because I know it takes a hot minute to type and I don't want to just like, bye. But I finished my first book of February. It was funny. I'm like, I need to read more thrillers. And then, like, of the first 8 books that I have read this year, half of them count in the mystery thriller category. Oof. Someone unfollowed me during sprints. What am I looking for? There we go. Wowzers. That's a lot of views. Okay. All right. Anyways, how did we all do? Max, defo not reading fanfic, LOL. That seems like something that someone who was reading fanfiction would say. Just say it. Julie says, I'm in the middle of a car chase, but I need to switch books so I don't get too far ahead in the buddy read. Oh my god, I hate that. I mean, like, I like buddy reading books and talking about books as, like, reading them together with friends, but also having to pace yourself when you're in the middle of something tense. Not fun. Not my favorite thing to do in the world. I don't know why I put that back in there. I'm gonna need that note at some point. I just was using it as a bookmark. Anyways, I gave this 4 stars. I thought it was pretty decent. I liked it. I had a lot of fun reading this book. We'll have to see if I have the same feelings that Brianna does about the second one, but I was right about Harry, and that is what matters. Anyways. That makes up for the stupidity of the love triangle. Just like, anyways. All right. If we don't have any feedback from anybody else, I need to return some books to the library before they close so that my account can get unblocked because I've had these books for way too long. And you can't, it has holes, so I couldn't return it. So, anyways, I'm gonna go. Thank you to everyone who hung out with me today. I love you too, Max. Thank you to everyone who hung out today while I finished reading a book, finally. I say that like it's not like the third of, but it's been like 2 weeks since I finished a book, so this is progress. I'm gonna go. I'm probably gonna take a nap, honestly, because my head hurts a little bit, but thank you guys. Thank you, Mika. It was so nice to have you here. I'm glad that this worked out for your schedule. I sprint usually around 10, 11 most Saturdays, so I'm sure I will see you again. I think that's all I've got. Oh, my best books of 2022 will be coming out either tonight or tomorrow. I haven't decided yet whether I want to try not to do 2 videos in one day if I can help it, but also this video needs to be out. So it'll probably go out tomorrow. Anyways, if you want to see what my worst books are, it's the most recent video on my channel. So I will see y'all later. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you later when we will talk about more wordy, nerdy things.